All right, tip top of the morning to you. We are in day 38. Day 38. So what's on the agenda for today? Well, I just finished off a customer meeting and stand up and a few other syncs. It is 9:20. I'm gonna hop in to doing 20 minutes of chess puzzles, which I'm going to continue to start or continue. I'm gonna start doing again every day for 20 minutes, either in between sets at the gym or just 20 minutes on the stream because 1500 is very far away and it's only May, but the end of the year is approaching. And I feel like I need to be a lot more aggressive in my strategy here in order to get to that 1500 point. I really, really want to get to 1500 by the end of the year. That is the goal. So I gotta hop back on this. All right. So yeah. Anyways, we're gonna start off with this. We're gonna hop into a chess game, and then after that, I gotta just do some admin stuff. I gotta send a few emails and actually just two customers? Question mark. Yeah, I think just two. I'll send a few emails, and then I'm gonna pop into the planning that I didn't do yesterday, and then also start to look into some funding stuff. Code may or may not get to today. So today, if you're interested in a little bit more of a engineering heavy day, not sure today is the best for that. Anyways, without further ado, I think I'm gonna hop into chess puzzles. Although, give me a sec. Ooh, I've had some black coffee sitting in the fridge for about like 3 or 4 days now, and I'm now having it, and I'm not sure it's the best choice. Like, what happens to black coffee? What happens to black coffee if you just like let it sit in the fridge for a couple days? Like, it shouldn't. I was thinking it shouldn't fundamentally taste any different. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like it does. What about black coffee? No, I want what happens to black coffee. But whatever, that's fine. What about it? Tell me about it. Totally fine. Yeah, I get that. Obviously, before it gets won't hurt you, just taste flatter and more bitter. Okay, that's precisely where I'm at right now. Anyways, hey Google, set a timer for 20 minutes. Let's pop into this.
20-minute timer set.
Oh, I got no clue. This is not good already. This is already a rough start. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. I'm thinking I could do this. No, I can't. Oh, this is already hard. This is. Uh-oh. I don't see any sacrifices that help me. That doesn't help. Huh. I guess the only way to protect against that would be this. Uh, uh-oh. Rough start, rough start. Is there something obvious I'm missing here? Can I go here, attack this? Maybe. Okay, so there. All right, at least that's not a bad move. There's an alternative though. Could I just take this straight up? Oh, I guess I could just take this. Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. Okay, that one was good at least. think I can do this. Oh, no. I need to first deflect that and then... All right. All right, we're getting in the groove here. We're getting in the groove. We're grooving. So if I go here, you can take... And that doesn't really help me at all. Okay, can I go here? All right. Check. Ooh, I actually don't know the follow-up to that. Oh, I see. It was a fork. Okay, yeah, wow. I'm evidently... Yeah. I can take... Oh, no, I can't take... Oh, my gosh. What if I go... If I go here? This road or this yeah, my puzzle ability or just my ability to see things. I think it's crazy. Chess is really about consistency more than it is anything else. Oh, hey Tony. Sorry, I missed your message. I've been focusing on puzzles here. Hope you're doing well. I'm just doing chess puzzles for a bit here, so nothing too exciting. I know that the title is building in public, but to be quite frank, it's not. There's not going to be much building today. I guess I am going to be doing some planning and some research on funding, but yeah, the first little bit, first hour is going to be chess, and yeah. Okay, so I have this followed by this. Doesn't really help me at all. We also have this, which is not great. Looks like mate actually, or it's very close to mate. Not very comfortable with that. Can't go here. Maybe I could go here. Yikes. Can I do this? Followed by check. Uh-uh. Um, I haven't gotten a single puzzle right yet. Takes... Can't do that. Check. Go. Oh, that's actually... This is correct. Because this is mate. Yeah, nice. Alright, so this is under attack. I can probably check here. And then there's that. I can go here, followed by protecting this knight by going here. All right, so this is the way. Has to take with the knight, and then I checkmate. All right, cool. We're in a little bit of a groove here. Black to play. This I can take here. Oh. Oh, no. I have to take here. And then, yeah. That makes sense. I want to do this. And I think I can. What? Can I not? Is that not checkmate? Oh, no, it's not. Because he can go here. Oh, okay. There's definitely something. There's something here, though, for sure. I almost... Wait, can I sacrifice this? Oh my god. I can sacrifice this. Wow. That's a little bit unexpected. No doubt. Wow, that's an extremely vulnerable king. Can't do this. Shoot. Can I do this? Yeah. All right, so... Oh, this is the puzzle that I was struggling with a second ago. I kind of just want to sacrifice this. My gut was completely wrong. Hmm. Okay, this is pinned. So maybe I could go here. Oh, That was it. That was actually it. Okay. Black to play. Black to play this, followed by take. Yep, that's it. White to play. That's definitely it. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. How do I make this smaller? Settings. Can I like drag it or something? All right. What are we at? We're already 8 minutes in. I feel like that's a completely free piece. I don't see why I wouldn't take this. Okay, that was correct. White to play. I'm in check. Whoops. I think this is probably the way. Yeah. White to play. Well, he's completely cut off if I go there, but it doesn't really materially help me. Like, how can I follow that? Oh, I see. That's threading mate 1. Which is probably unavoidable if I had to guess. Black to play. Oh, I need to sacrifice this. Okay, no, I'm refreshing. I saw that in time. I just couldn't. What? Oh, whoops. Okay. I want to say this or this. Yeah, there we go. Black to play. Ooh. I think I just need to move this over. White to play. Okay, nothing's under attack. I think I just need to go here. All right. Is this a trapped? It sure is, isn't it? Can I take this? No, I'll take this first and then I'll take this. Black to play. Can I take here? No, I need to defend it actually. I need to go here to the mate and the mate on the bank rank there. This, it looks tempting, but I think I need to do. He has mate and he doesn't have mate, but it's not. It doesn't look good. This one's a bit harder. I want to do this followed by this potentially. But not even that. I don't really like that either. No, I can't even leave the back rank anyways because of this. Queen's under attack as well. I mean, is this the move just to get the queen out of the way? Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's not a mate. You just gotta move your piece. I'm thinking this knight is completely undefended. How do I attack the knight, though? Can I threaten this? No. Can I threaten this? Which forces him to push this. Followed by this. Huh. Oh. How did I not see that? I was literally looking for moves that threaten the knight, and I missed that. Okay. this is funny enough mate. Stupid position though. This is free if I can take it. Or just, this is pinned. I know I need to take advantage of that. This is also weak. I think I can go here. Yeah, there we go. Can I threaten the queen anyway? Can I go here and then I'm thinking, what if I go here and take, no, but this discovered check. This is the only escape square, unless he completely gives up the queen. If I go there, it doesn't help me though. I can't attack the queen in any way. Like I could take the pawn. No. Oh, I missed that. Okay. Yeah, this is not looking very good for me. That's obviously tempting, but this is the move. What? Oh, I'm in check. Ah. Okay, well, it's obviously this. Well, not obviously, but wow, it's not that. Because obviously the queen is here, and I can't do anything. Take with the... Jeez. This is a pin. Is it safe? Evidently not. I could just take... I could go here and checkmate. Can I do this? This. Can I do this? No. Can I do this? It's an interesting thought. I don't think it works though. Can't do this. If I go here, takes. And then I could actually go here with mate. Wow. No, that's not it though. Damn. If I get rid of this knight, we're in a good spot. Maybe I go here. It's not. Oh, just straight up take the knight. Oh, I see. At least I had the same, or I had a, the overall idea was there, but execution was certainly not. Damn. I have to say my confidence going into this 15-10 that I'm about to play is fairly low. These puzzles are, I'm struggling with them, and I feel like I generally don't as much, at least. I actually don't see like this seems like a completely fine move to me. I mean, I win this. Obviously, there's like a better move on the board, but to be honest, like I think in a game I'd play this and I'd be up. I'd be fine with that. I'm not complaining. Like I'm aware that this is hanging, but I just don't see how that's better than this move. Damn. This is discouraging. I can't go here. Or wait, maybe I can. Hold on. If I go here, it forces him to take. What can I do after that? Oh my gosh. I think that I can go here with a mate. Oh my gosh, that's a good one. I like that one. I'm very glad that I failed that one and figured it out. Okay, white to play. Go here. No. I think it's sack the queen. Go here. Black to play. Yeah. Sack this. Go here. So these are a bunch of sacrifices that are wild. I want to go here. But then... Actually, no, that's definitely the move. Okay, this... I don't see this one. Ah. This looks pretty decent. Forces him to take. Then queen. Black to play. I don't have this check. I don't. I'm also under attack though. Go here. Awkwardly, I think this is the move. Yeah, nice. This looks pretty nice to me. Wait, no, it does not. Yeah, it does actually. Because that would have been mate. So let's take this. White to play. That seems reasonable to me. Wait, am I in check? Oh my gosh, I am. You know, one thing I wish about Chessable is I wish it showed the previous move before. I think that chess.com does that with their puzzles. That would be nice in this situation. This is pinned. I could go here. No, he owns that square. Can't really do this. Go with, this is a skewer, I think is what it's called. This seems... All right, well, that's 20 minutes of puzzles. A little bit of a struggle. There's no doubt about that, but... Oh, yeah. Ugh. Yikes. Yeah, noticeably stale slash sour. I think this is definitely what I'm tasting right now. But that's good. All right, let's go into chess mode here. And let's have a game. Okay, 1086. After a loss yesterday. A pretty brutal loss, honestly. That game yesterday was quite atrocious. All right, so we have a London system against against the King's Indian right now. Although he's not committing to it, which already puts me into a little bit of awkward territory. Can't really go here. I think maybe I'll play this move with the hope that he does move his knight. If he castles there, I know exactly what's going on. If he doesn't, if he castles long, okay. Wow, he's going for the queenside attack immediately. Very interesting. I'm considering playing this. No, I guess he can just defend. I was thinking playing this and then actually just sacrificing here with check and then check take or check and then try to take this, but I don't think that's gonna happen. What to do here? I don't know if I want to castle long at this point, to be honest. I think I might just develop the bishop. Although it does drop this pawn. Okay. He's really refusing to do this. Do I commit to not developing the knight here? This is already a bit of a tough game. Although he's developed his bishop here, this actually becomes a little bit more appealing now. I could do this, go here, followed by, so if I go here, he can't develop his knight here. And then I could, in theory, sack this, take, check. No. No, not sure how I feel about that. What if I do... Huh. If I pushed here, he wouldn't take with the bishop. So if I pushed here, he would take with this. And then I could take here. I think I might go here. This is a little bit of a weird move, but I'm in some pretty gray territory here, so I'm gonna try something out. I'm thinking of pushing here. I'm seeing if I can take the bishop. If he takes my bishop, then I will happily just trade and develop my knight. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So now he actually doesn't have this, which is nice for me. I think I'm gonna do this. Okay, so this was the plan. We're fine so far. I can take back here. And I definitely own this square. And then this, it's not pinned. I think at this point I am going to castle long, though. Just to get this line. Wow. Okay. Take here, takes. Check, doesn't really do me much. Actually, it does. He can't do that, actually, because I have an... Or no. Yeah, he could either block here, but then take. Or take. And I also defend this, which is nice. I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm gonna check here. If he takes, I might consider taking back with this, or I can check. What if I take back with that, and then I check? Because he still hasn't developed his knight. He can't castle. I feel like because he's a tempo down, being black, I feel like I actually don't know if this is an actual thing, but I feel like leaving his knight or leaving his king in the center is a little bit more dangerous relatively for him. I could be wrong though. I don't know for sure. But this just doesn't seem. This feels more dangerous for him than it is for me. I mean, he actually taking here is a little bit annoying because I don't really want to take back with this. You can't because it just kind of awkward. Actually, is it that awkward? I mean, if he doesn't take back, I can go here, which is kind of nice because it actually tackles these two squares. But defending it's a little bit challenging, a little bit annoying. Actually, maybe it's not that annoying. Okay, so realistically, he's probably going to take here. So let's just focus on this. So if he takes, okay, so yeah, that was the plan. If he takes, he has this knight, which is very prompt. It can be very promptly put there. I think I'm going to take right away here. Or I take here. I think I'm going to take here. And then he can take here. And then I'll take here. Or I could ignore it and go here. That also works. Or no, it doesn't? Question mark? Actually, it does. It does. Well, no, not entirely actually, because if this, then this, and then he still has a pawn here waiting to attack my knight. If I take, actually, yeah, I think we're fine, because then if he takes this, so let's go this. Let's do this. Let's say he takes, check, goes here with the knight. Okay, so check. He goes here with the knight to block. He blocks with his queen. I trade, check. Oh no, he can't go with the queen. The queen can't block because, of course, I have the bishop there. And if I go here to take the knight that blocks, he has to move the queen, which gives me a tempo to move this knight. I could completely ignore this, which is an interesting thought, and just put more pressure on his king here. That's interesting. It's intriguing me. It allows, when we're equal right now, I could trade essentially right now, or I could try to put more pressure by doing one of these two things. Actually, no, this move doesn't really work. I don't really like this one. Let's think. If I did this, what would his next move be? It does. Okay, if he pushes, then I definitely go here with check. Then things are starting to look a little bit interesting for him. I don't think he would do that. He'd probably try to defend this square somehow a little bit more, or he'd try to put something here. I think I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. This is still, like, I still have this as an option. Although I am now realizing that now he can check me. Ooh. I did not think of that. Oh no, he can't. Sorry, never mind. The whole reason I'm doing this is to put the pressure on this square. He cannot check me. Oh boy. He does this, then I probably go here. Then if push, then I probably just slide up and ignore him. Actually, no, if he pushes, I just take it. Just ignore this completely and just try to go for a mate of some sort. Maybe go here, check. He can't take with the queen, otherwise he loses the queen. He has to move this here, followed by, I could take this. Okay, I think I'm happy with where we're at right now, generally speaking. I also still have this, which is nice. I can also go here. No, not entirely, actually. He owns the square right now. I also have this. Not sure if that really helps, though. No, don't really like that one. This loses the knight. Takes away the queen from the defense. Does that help at all? Oh, no, it doesn't lose the knight, actually. It doesn't lose the knight. Doesn't really take the queen away from the defense, though. Huh. Oh, okay. So he saw the fork. that he was originally concerned about, and he said, "Nope, not today, folk." Fair enough. So I think I will go here though. This was the plan. Or I could castle long. Or I could castle short. You know, this is all very interesting. If I go here, he can't do this. I just take it, and he loses a piece. Or I take it with this. Actually, no, either. Oh, I think I actually have to take it with this. Because then, hold on. If I go here, he blocks with the bishop. This is undefended. Like the queen is lined up with 2 undefended pieces right now. So let's say he goes here. I can take with the bishop, which threatens this, meaning that he's motivated to probably take with the knight. And then I could take with the queen check. Defend this. Okay, so if he takes with the knight, this is hanging. So I would need to take with the bishop. If he took here, then I can take this with check and take this. So I'm all good. I think I can go here. If he tries to block with the queen, that's just losing a queen. If he tries to block with this, oh my gosh. If I take with this, he actually loses the queen, I think. Or no, sorry. Yeah, he does. He loses the queen because the only queen. Oh no, but this queen doesn't actually. It does. He can escape by going here, which is actually with check. A little very annoying for me, in fact. So I'd have to go back maybe with this. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. The knights. I think in it. Well, okay. I got some time here. Maybe like this is a critical position. Maybe I should actually think this through. All right. If he blocks with the knight. If I take, the queen has to go here. Has to. There's no other option because these 2 squares are protected by the knight at this point. Now, in fact, this king, or that my queen is still here. So the queen has to escape to here, followed by check. And then I can actually take the queen. I think he might lose the queen if he does that. So he can't actually go there. I think this one I already calculated enough to know that it's okay. So I think I'm going to do this. All right, I've done it. Oh, I think I don't know if I can actually drink this. This is a couple-day-old coffee. And I mean, you can read this. It says, totally fine to drink. However, lasts about 3 to 4 days and gets noticeably stale / sour. Yeah, I'm feeling that right about now. So it's this color. It's not like pure black because I put chocolate protein shake in here. But I just did it now, so it's not like it didn't have any problem. Or anyways, let's go back into chess mode. All right. Okay. So I calculated this, right? I said if he does this, then I can go here. And if he takes, I take back with check. So we're okay. We're okay in this position. I can also take with this. No, I can't take with this because it drops this. Or does it? Actually, hold on. I haven't actually calculated this because if he takes this, I actually have an exposed check, which is a rather interesting one. Let's say he does. Now, I'm here with my knight. If I go here, just take the knight. If I go here, these 2 squares are blocked off. These 2 squares are blocked off by this knight. Only move is here. What if I went here? This square is still free. This square is free. These are his two legal squares. In the case that he went here, queen would be here. I don't think I have anywhere to go. I think I do have to take this. I'm going to take with this. If he takes here, I'll take with check. Okay, so he doesn't, so I'm going to take with check here. And then if he blocks, then I take this with check, and then trade off the queens. Okay, well, I did just say that I was going to do that, so I don't really see why I wouldn't do that at this point. Seems totally logical. I can trade off a bunch of pieces. I'm already actually, in fact, up a piece. I'm now going to be up an additional 2 points after taking this and then trading. And then I would be trading off nearly all of the pieces, and then I castle my way to freedom. I think that's probably the best move in this position. I could take this just for an equal trade and force him to get his. I mean, his castling rights is already. It's going to be gone no matter what he does. I don't see any reason why I would do this. This is pinned. I could consider this. Don't really see why though. Oh, I could do this actually. Hold on. This is one I did not consider. It's check. Can't go here. He has to go here. Okay. That's a bit more interesting. Check has to go here legally. There's no other option. And then what else do I have? Check. Take. I have nothing. I think I'm going to just do this. Trade off everything. Yeah. So this is exactly what I expected. Although now I have this weird fork. Or this, in fact. No, this fork makes more sense. Does this fork... Like, is this fork better? Like, if I did this right now, his move... Oh, no, he can just take with the queen. Oh, that's a dumb move. Okay. Take with the queen, call it a day. Trade for everything. Take or take. Other one's fine. Do what you want. I'm completely chill. So that... I doubt this is was the right move, because now this pawn is now free. And I also protect this pawn. Everything's dandy. I'm up the value of a queen right now. There's just no... Yeah, I think I'm good here. Simply defend it. He pushes, I do nothing. Actually, no, if he pushes... Yeah, okay, he's done. All right, that was solid. Yeah, let's take a quick look at that one. Oh, let's also look at this daily game. Let's see what he did here. Okay. So I went here. Basically, my thought at this point is I kind of just want to... I'll go here. And then, I mean, basically my idea in this position is king would, in theory, go here. If he does, probably just go back with check. And then the king has to go back to where it was. And then I guess I take the knight. Wait, where are we right now? Reset. Yeah. So I'll take here. Now if king moves here, that's mate, I believe. Oh no, he can lose the queen. So he loses the queen. Now if he takes with the queen, I win the queen. So I think he's done. Yeah, I'll just play that. Anyways, back to that game that I was doing. I wanted to quickly just review that. Not really truly review it. I just wanted to quickly see if there was any better moves that I missed. Okay, I doubt it. 95 accuracy, holy. Wow. Played extremely logically here. So, okay, so up until this point, I knew that everything was solid. This is where things was like, okay, he's not castling. And so I was thinking in my head, all right, I need to take advantage of the fact that his king is in the middle. This move was good, not best. Hmm. Okay, what was the best move here? Oh. You see, I'm sure, okay, the engine loves this move, I guess, just because it's going straight away for the king side attack. But the fact that he hasn't castled, I was just thinking, I wasn't so sure about that. That's why I didn't make that move, and I think I'm fine in doing that. This is also a good move, not the best move, probably just because it's moving the same piece twice. Defending, so I considered this move, but then it forces my knight here, which is why I wasn't really a fan of it. Again, this is only, we're equal game right now. I think I'm okay with the moves I made because this was already a blunder, and I took advantage of this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, all right. So I just nailed it then. Oh, this was interesting. This was excellent, but not the best. What was the best move? Oh, bringing the knight over. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. Okay. Yeah. All right. So just destroy that game. I'm gonna play one more just because that was a. I don't know. It wasn't necessarily like a game that I could have learned much from. Okay, this is the more simple classic London so far. Oh, am I even centered on the camera? Oh, okay. He's played the bishop out. Hold on. I'm now realizing open preview projector, new window. Let's click that. All right. Okay, he's thinking about his move. Okay. Very standard stuff here. Followed by this, then this. Actually, you know what? I don't know if that's actually the best move. So what I just did is I let him do this so I could open up this diagonal, but now I forgot that like the fact that his bishop is here prevents my bishop from going here, which is like, well, maybe it doesn't entirely, but all right, so now the question is, do I push or do I take? Because I'm thinking I actually want to trade off the bishop to this point, get my queen, and just try to go for an attack at some point. I could also just go straight for this right now, then push. Don't really have a follow-up though after that. Well, in fact, if I take here, let's get the knight involved. So let's start with getting the knight involved, and then I'm actually going to take here, because then if takes, then I might consider taking and then take. And then, in fact, oh, I can't do that anymore because his knight's not blocking here. What I was thinking originally was basically I have this square. No, I don't really. I guess never mind. Sorry, I was thinking that I had that square, but I don't at all. Ah. Hmm. Interesting. Okay, anyways, maybe the idea is this. I'm not quite sure. I think I'm gonna push. Um, huh. Uh, Interesting. Maybe do I take? And then followed by taking here? Yeah, I think we'll do that. I mean, yeah, I think that seems fine to me. I think maybe I'll just get my rook on an open file. Hmm, I don't know. I guess we just traded kind of now. I mean, we're very, very symmetrical or close to symmetrical right now. Hmm. Ugh. If his knight goes here, what do I do? Probably this? Maybe? No, doesn't really threaten anything. Hmm, maybe I push. No. I have this, which is kind of interesting. I could go here. Ooh. Ah, a pin. Okay. Well, that pin is a little bit less scary. What if I just ignore it? Oh, he has this defended. Yeah, that was not the best move. There's no way. Okay, I gotta take a deep breath. It's a 15-minute game, not snap move. I'm not too afraid of this pin, though, to be honest. Hmm. Well, no, actually, I like this pawn structure better than I like that one. But I'm quite happy that I own this diagonal, though, at this point. Hmm. Nevertheless, oh wow, he developed his knight there. Can't really do this. Ah, yeah, I'm really actually not happy with me doing this at all. What if I castle long? Or sorry, castle short right now? Kind of considering it. Because really, like, I don't really want to. Maybe I just accept the fact I made a mistake and I just come right back here. Or maybe I. No, I can't. Maybe I develop this. Come back now. Maybe I. Is this absurd? Borderline, yeah. What if I just ignore it and just accept the fact that there's going to be a pin here? Or, sorry, accept the fact that I accept this trade. What pawn? What do I even go after right now? This pawn is definitely the weakest in this position, or this pawn. I could just ignore the pin, or sorry, no, just accept this trade and go after this pawn. But then if I take here, it actually pins the bishop to my queen. I guess I could develop this. Um, but then it forces. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that either. Mm, then I guess I could develop. What if I develop a knight here? Maybe. It's not the craziest idea in the world, but I'm also not a huge fan of that. Huh, this is a tough move in the game. I don't have this because of this darn knight. If I get rid of this, maybe I do this to threaten this pawn, which is going to force him to he's probably going to do that in response. In which case I can't take because the queen protects. Oy, oy. What if I push here? Actually, that's an interesting pawn break because he doesn't have anything on this pawn. I could take back with bishop, or I could take back with the knight, and then actually hit this knight. And then if he takes with the knight, I could take back with the bishop, which actually protects this pawn. I like this. I think I like this. Because, yeah, if he doesn't take, I am not really afraid. I can just push and get rid of this knight. And if he takes, then I take back with a knight, hit this knight. Ooh, I'm now realizing he can take back with this knight, which is annoying because this bishop blocks this from being protected. This can't take it. I'm going to do it nonetheless. But yeah, I don't know. He definitely has to take here, though. I don't think he should allow this. I'm basically just afraid of losing this pawn. I mean, I'm not afraid of losing it. I don't think I'm actually going to lose it, but basically this pawn is super weak right now. Worst case, maybe I can defend by bringing the rook here. I also, this, whoa. That's an interesting choice. Wow. Okay, what if I did this? Wow, that's okay. I did not expect that move. Holy. What if I took with this pawn? No, don't like that. Because then he can just do this. Take. Can't go here. Can't go there. I could go here. Doesn't really do much for me, though. I can't castle. I could castle right now. Maybe I should just castle right now. Give up on this idea entirely. But then take. Ooh. Oh, no, that's fine, actually. I can take back with... I would have to take back... Oh, no. I'm fine with taking back with this. And then take. But... Or... Take or move back. I might castle. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that my king is so exposed right now. This is going to get me into trouble. I think I'm going to castle. Just give up on that idea entirely. Oh my god. Did I just completely lose a piece by doing this? Did I just lose a pawn? Completely? With no ability to really get anything back? I mean, this pawn is now, of course, weak, but not thrilled. I don't even know what to do. Maybe, I mean, after we trade, inevitably. Oh, wait, hold on, what? Oh, I got the pawn back. Okay, we're actually in a decent spot. Now I can go here and hit this pawn and actually attack this. Well, not entirely, but this pawn is under attack. That is a fact. If I go here, I can protect with this. I can't go there. Knight defends. Here seems like the most reasonable move. I don't have any crazy thing here really at all, because basically this queen protects a square. I would really love, what if I did this, or what if I did this? No, can't do that. Yep, I'm gonna do this. And then he can't, I mean, we're actually okay. We're okay here. If I take with the queen, he can take here. I can take back, and then he does have the position, he does have the ability to ruin my pawn structure for the sake of a pawn. But then I think I can actually gang up on this pawn, potentially. He pushes it. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, although if he does ruin my pawn structure, I can maybe actually bring the rook over this direction. Huh. I don't know. This pawn is very weak, though. I don't think he can defend it. Yeah, I'm unsure what he's gonna do right now. Well, hold on. If he takes this, take back, take, still defend the pawn, but I don't attack his pawn anymore. So that's probably his best move, crazily enough. I mean, I'm not stoked on the fact that he has a pawn so deep in my territory. Like, there's no doubt about that. I could go here, attack it further, but oh yeah, and then I can go there, take. Okay, I think that's probably what he's gonna do, if I had to guess. I wonder what the eval is right now. This is a proper game. See, this is good, and this is where I will I'm gonna take my notepad out and I'm gonna review this on I'm gonna review this without the engine first. Might as well just pop open the chest right now. I'll go into tools, analysis board, just get this open, ready to pop open the PGN. Okay. Wow. I can just take this. Don't see a single reason why I wouldn't. No, the single reason is the pawn structure thing that I mentioned earlier. I could also trade here. Although if I take this, in fact, it kind of forces him. I mean, this is kind of inevitable, right? But it does really force him to make all these exchanges, because otherwise I take his knight. Or he brings his knight back. Of course, he could do that, but if he does that, then I'm just up a pawn, and this pawn is then going to be weak after this trade. Actually, in fact, what if I took this and then I took this? Because he has to take back with the queen, and then I'm now threatening this pawn. After all these exchanges, though, who has the last laugh? So take, 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 take. He has the last move, which means he can defend this pawn. This is still, if he doesn't take this right away, because it's not pinned anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'll take this. If he trades this. Whoa, what, could I ignore the trade? If he takes this, what if I ignored it? What if I said, all right, I'm gonna go here? No, he can take this and then it forces. Yeah, okay. I was thinking I could maybe just get two pieces for the piece, but no, because he can force with check and he can trade off both for one, he has enough moves. Doesn't work. It's close though. Yeah, so which one do I take back first? Ooh, this is actually rather interesting. Okay, so he takes with this first. And I've already decided this was the move, right? He doesn't have anything crazy. Like, there's nothing crazy going on. I just want to make sure. No, it took him a while to make that move, but I was just curious, making sure that he didn't screw up. What if he's going to take back with this, right? Right, I would imagine. Unless he wants to play passively and not damage my pawn structure, which seems a little bit odd to me. What if I take back with the pawn first? I am up a pawn, so actually maybe it would be better for me to trade off all my pieces because I'm technically up a pawn. Or maybe not, though. I actually don't know. Really, the question is, which one do I take back with first? Because he's going to take back with a knight. It would be nuts for him not to take back with a knight right now. Even, like, no matter what he does, I'm taking this knight. Okay, whoa. He took my knight with the bishop. Wow. Now I'm almost certain I'm going to take back with the pawn. I'm happy keeping my bishop where it is, to be honest. I really would love that bishop to stay in the game. Then again, this knight is very annoying at the same time. Huh. That's rather interesting. Do I do this and then push? I kind of like that. I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do this and then get this over. And then I have a bishop sitting in this corner. I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that. You can push. This knight is... Oh, wait. I could just ignore the... I could ignore the bishop entirely. I could go here. Does it threaten anything, though? It doesn't, right? Oh, if only it did. That would be nice. It doesn't threaten anything, though. Yeah, I'm going to take back here. Now his knight is hanging. Right, he needs to... Okay. So he defends the knight, and he wants check. So that's a phenomenal move on his part. I applaud him for coming up with that. There's nothing really I need to concern myself with, though. As long as I don't allow him to make this check. Oh, he actually has a fork, believe it or not. The fork and a discovered attack. So I can't take this yet. I can't really do this. I can't really defend it unless I go here. I really got to go to the washroom, which is really not good considering, or all things considered. I think I'm gonna just bring my knight or bring my king up because that was a plan anyways, and it protects against everything I was afraid of. Ooh, okay, no, we're still good. We actually have 2 defenders here, but this is definitely a threat. So I'm gonna push probably on the next move, which forces his knight there, which I'm not too thrilled about, to be honest. It's not the end of the world, actually, though. His knight's going to be here. I could potentially actually just take a pawn and take it. Actually, that's probably what I... Oh, I can't because the king, because the pawn's here. Okay, so I maybe should not do that. Maybe I just come back, threaten it this way. Oh my gosh. Oh no, if the knight goes here... Oh my gosh, I really got to pee. This is bad. Doing the PP dance during a 15-10 game in which I'm down. What? He resigns in that position? That was... I wouldn't... Like, I'm someone that resigns quite early, to be honest. Like, I've did some research. I mean, you've seen enough chess games at this point to know that I've resigned a fair amount of games, especially when I get frustrated and emotional, and chess is a little bit of a struggle for me sometimes. But this is definitely a game I would not have resigned. Like, I was up 1 pawn in a position that really wasn't that bad for him. That was totally achievable. I don't think it was... I don't think that was a resign worthy game, really. I honestly, I think we were pretty equal. Okay, no, I was actually up. I was up 2 points, but still, I don't think that was resign worthy. Oh, 95 accuracy? Wow. Wow. Maybe okay. It's funny. I had a terrible. I mean, then again, I guess I am down to 1100, which, but okay. I really got to go to the bathroom. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. I'm back. It's 10:30 now. I Okay, I gotta quickly call my girlfriend. I'll be right back. Hey. All right, so I'm gonna have potentially dinner with um sorry, yeah, what was I saying? Potentially having dinner with Carolyn's parents at 2:30. But the thing is, I have a potential customer meeting, or sorry, a sales meeting, I guess is what you would call it, at 2 p.m. or a consultation, like an AI consultation at 2 p.m. And then I have a planning meeting with my co-founders at 4 p.m. So it's like 2:30 is perfectly imperfect essentially. Um, so I'm just messaging my co-founders, see if we can shift things around. Wow, 95% accuracy. Damn. So the best move in this position actually was probably just to leave it and develop the knight. Oh, not even actually interesting. Wow, what was the best move then? Oh, it's to take. That's unexpected. That seems a little bit counterintuitive to me, to be honest. Okay. moves to take. Huh. Just call it a day. Now I have 2 pawns in the center. He has 1. Actually, that seems makes sense to me. What if you took back with the knight, though? What do I do? I don't take back with the knight. I just let him chill. And I come in with my knight, maybe? Oh, I offer that trade that I was talking about so that I can capitalize on this diagonal. Okay. This actually makes sense. Whoa. This was not the best move. I was considering, okay, let's think about this then. What was there was quite a lot of moves. Like yeah, wow. If that wasn't the best move, then what the heck was? Because I couldn't figure anything out in this position. I did consider this move. And I did consider this move. Oops. Okay, so it was not this move. Oh, it's excellent though, so it's better than the other one. Let's see if this move. Okay, so this is also excellent. So both of those are actually better than my pawn push. But the thing is like, what if push? Yeah. How do I even respond to this? Like, it just seems kind of like, where do I go? Okay, so I just go here. I will continue after that. Wow, he protects his... Wow, okay. And then... I'm unsure on how I continue. Castles, wow. Okay, yeah, castles make sense. And then what? G6. Weakening his king further. Why does he not take here? Like, why wouldn't he take here? I don't really like this pawn structure at all. I mean, actually, I guess it's not that bad. Let's go back. What time is it? 10:40. Okay, I'm gonna play one more. Apparently, I'm on fire right now. Wow, what was the best move here? Best move was to defend this. Oh, this makes sense. Actually, does it? I mean... Ah... I see. Okay. All right. Cool. One more. I want one more. I want a game where I'm either losing or I don't have crazy accuracy. Okay. London system. Here we go. Okay, this all seems pretty reasonable so far. I can either commit my pawn because he hasn't, or I can bring up my knight. I do this, Just do this right away, early. I'll do this. I think the best move in this position is actually just to take the center, to be honest, because he hasn't. But okay, wow. Similar. Okay, he's castled as well. Wow. Okay. We now have a not entirely similar, but at least somewhat similar structure to the previous game, except for he's pushed his pawn. Actually, did he push his pawn in the last game? I can't quite remember. Wow, okay, this is a very, very classic situation. I've had many games like this. Now I'm tempted to do this, I think. This is kind of nice. Whoa. Usually they go back this way. Now I don't have anybody attacking my pawn. I have the flexibility of this move. Basically, I got a couple options here. I could push the pawn, defend, or I could bring up the queen right away. If I bring out the queen, what if I bring out the queen? I guess this. Yeah, actually, I don't really like that. I mean, I'm thinking this maybe is unnecessary. What if I do this? No. What if I just take? No, I don't want to do that. I really want to do this, but then this is just a completely unfortunate move. Yeah, what if I... Yeah, I'm going to do this first, and then I'm going to do this. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Going for a fianchetto. Totally reasonable considering. Although, actually, yeah, I think I'm going to do this because now I can take... What can he do? I mean, if I do this, what's his next move? He can't bring this out. He can't bring this out. If he does this, well, then I can still take the pawn, in fact. That's probably what I will do. Yeah, I think I'll probably take the pawn if he does that. Yeah, I'll probably take the pawn. It makes most sense because then if he takes my pawn, then I'd undouble my pawns. And then I have a queen and a rook just chilling, ready to destroy the king. If he goes here, I still take the pawn. Can't go here. If he tries to push here, oh my gosh, I can't believe I still have this open too. This is, I feel like this is not looking good for him. I have a very large amount of pressure on his king side right now. I'm not afraid of this. I mean, I simply have too much going on. Especially considering once I get rid of this pawn, that is immediately under attack, and it doesn't really have a nice place to go. He has to go here. It does prolong the defense slightly, but still, this is immediately... He's disconnected. Okay, no. He's good. All right, I think this... Wow, okay, so he removes the pin. Very fair. Very fair. Do I Do I go here? That seems like a reasonable progression. And then just try to open this up and go for it. Tempting. Can't take this. Though I'm tempted. What if I sack the rook? Can I? Not quite. Very, very close. Do I actually... Wait, hold on. Do I have enough time? What if I do? Do I have enough time to sack the rook? No, I don't have enough time. I can go here. Threaten this. Then he does this. Then take. Or yeah, yeah, no. Well, you can also do this. I think I'm just gonna bring more heat. Bring more heat. It also prolongs this attack slightly. In fact, if I could restructure my pawns here, I'd love that. And then I'm ready to castle. Okay, this is final game cutoff. Even if I win this game with 95% accuracy, I'm done after this. I really got to get to planning here. This is good though. I mean, it was a little bit disheartening yesterday when I lost that game, especially the fact that I was like, I got all the way up to 1150, and then I got back down to like basically where I started a few months ago. Especially considering I had a relatively saddening day of puzzles this morning as well. So this is nice. This is nice. Because yeah, as we've seen, I'm a little bit of an emotional chess player. I mean, I love the game because if I lose, it's completely my fault, and it's just like nothing else to it. There's nobody to blame but myself. Yet at the same time, it still frustrates the heck out of me. Maybe I'm competitive. I don't know. What? No, don't disconnect. No, you're not that. No. This isn't a lost position yet. Please. Okay. Whew. Oy. Okay, yes, that's exactly. It's funny when I said this isn't a lost position, I was thinking you could just go here. Very good. Very well done. Except for this, if he takes, it's mate in one. That would suck. If he takes with this, then he loses the knight, which is good for me. If he takes with the queen, he loses the queen. I'm just gonna sacrifice this, and if he takes with the pawn, then it's game over. If he trades with the knight, I take with the pawn, and then he survives another day. In fact, actually, this he doesn't even. I for some reason thought he lost a knight by doing this, but he doesn't at all. Obviously, it's a trade. I think I'm actually. I don't know if this was the best move. I think I actually should have castled. I should have castled, brought this up first, and then just put more pressure because like I'm winning in terms of development. I'm up. Where I just in terms just in terms of oh my gosh, I didn't even realize I had this. He has to take with the knight. Yeah, okay, so this is good. This pawn becomes weak. And I have double pawns on two. Okay, this is actually not great for me. Maybe I should even force a trade of queens here. That doesn't force a trade of queens per se. You can choose not to. Huh. Okay, no. I'm gonna take with the pawn. I think I might have just relieved the pressure enough that this might not be an easy game for me now. Actually, no, he can't take with the pawn. The pawn's pinned. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I completely forgot the pawn is pinned. The fact that he moved this here, suffocating his king a little bit, I don't know. I thought it was a good move at first, but the fact that he have such an easy mate now because of that suffocation is not ideal. Because I can go here than there, for example. And if he takes, I actually still have the mate. Like it's very, very challenging to come up with something here. He can sack the queen, but then I just take the queen, and he still can't take because of the suffocation. It's just he can't. Yeah, this fact that he doesn't have any room to move is actually it's the whole the death of his position is wrapped up in that one move. Actually, suffocating his king. He can't. This pawn is stuck. It's completely stuck. It's pinned, and the split second that I start to take, he's done. There's simply too much pressure. Huh. Wow. Been a good 3 games. I mean, it's not over until it's over, of course. I can still blunder my way. But I do have quite an absurd amount of double pawns here. My pawn structure is horrific. I don't know. I don't know if he can defend against this. What can he even do? I mean, let's say he brings this out. Take. Or what if I just check? Followed by this. Whoa. Did not consider that. Huh. Except for... Oh, actually, that was good. That was good. Maybe now is my time to castle. Because now I actually got to think about this, right? Like, if I take, he takes back. I can't take here. Pawn is still pinned, which is good for me. So I could go here with the eventual promise of going here. But then he can just go here. Whoa. I can't go here because the pawn. I think he might be able to start. I think he can start developing. I'm giving it. He has enough time now. Huh. Good. Good for him. If I take with this, it's check. He has to take back with the pawn. But that doesn't give me anything. If I take with the pawn, he takes with the queen. Attack is over. Wow. Okay. That was a good move. If I push, take, does nothing. Huh. I think I have to castle. I have to castle or I have to go here, but either way, it doesn't really matter. If I go there, though, you can immediately do that, which is not a huge fan of that. I could try and actually, this is an interesting move, though it prays that he would take because now I would have a fork winning a piece. But that's hope chess, right? If I go here, however, it would force the pawn up. Maybe no, it wouldn't, because we can just trade, and then it actually opens up this. Oh wow, huh? This square though is very, very, very important. I think I'm gonna castle. Play it slow. I am a bit worried. I'm a bit slightly worried because he now has one move right now where he can start to think about what this game could look like. He could do that. Actually, that's pretty much the only move that I would be. You could also do this, maybe. if he does that, I probably take here. And he can't take. He would have to take, and then I take. Or no, pardon. I go here maybe. Ooh, wow. If he does this, oh well, then I take here. Oh no, then I take with check. King has to go here unless he wants to lose his queen. Then okay, so he did develop the bishop. Totally understandable. I either go here or I move up. Could push, but no, I don't really like that. I kind of like this move followed by this move. Doesn't really threaten anything though. What if I did this now? Do I have enough? I think so. If I did this now, he takes. Now, we still have a pin, but then next move he can move his king there. Or sorry, queen there, pardon. Or no, he can't. Or yes, he could. He could. Because then we just trade off pieces. Actually, hold on. If take, I think I need one more attacker here. I think I'm gonna go here. And then I'm gonna bring this over. I think that this might be okay. If he pushes here, I'm gonna let that pawn. I don't know, if he pushes here. Whoa. What happens if he pushes there? That's interesting. I think I can win the queen, but I think I have to trade 2 rooks. Damn. If he pushes there... Oh. Shit. If he pushes there, maybe I have to go here. Which relieves the pressure even further. Or I could go here. Oh, wow. That push is actually quite annoying for me. Because if I go here, let's say he pushes. If I go here, then he takes. I would have to check, otherwise he's taking this. So check, take. Check again. Or no, hold on. Check, take, check again. Queen. This isn't check. He now has direct view of that would be losing, completely losing material for me. That would make no sense. So this move, I cannot respond with this. Okay, this en passant seems like my best option. So that's what I'll do. Yeah. And now I think that might have been the blunder, to be honest. I think he might have forgotten about en passant. Which, that is the beauty of 1100. It also allows this move now. Wow. Okay. That's check. I can't. What if this? He actually has to take with this. There's no other option, and then I can go here. And then, in fact, he has to move this, and then it allows this, and then this, followed by this, followed by this, followed by this. I think that's mate. Well, actually, no, let's not see. I have 7 minutes. It's a 15-10 game. I gotta take a deep breath, but let's really think that I'm pretty sure that I have mate in like 5 right now. So this only move is this. Okay, we've established that. Now I have check. if he goes here, that's not mate, but it's another check. It's another force move. So I'm okay with this. I mean, there's already a lot that is beautiful, but I think that's like mate, and like he dies quicker that way, to be honest. So he probably wouldn't do that. He would probably go here. Okay. So now he has a rook here. His king is here. My rook is here. Check. Okay. Can't go here. Only move is king here. Now check. Only legal move, considering my queen is here, is bring the rook back. Because his king is here at this point. And then checkmate. Yep. Fairly certain that works. Hopefully. If I'm wrong, then, well, this is going to be quite a game changer. So if he goes here, I take. If he goes here, I go here. And then this is mate. Yeah, it's mate. I definitely got this. Does he see it? Is he going to resign, or is he going to give me the mate? I'm kind of hoping he gives me the mate. I feel like I deserve it. This is a tricky one to see. Haha. Whoa. I actually didn't see that. Oh wow. I totally didn't see that. Wow, okay, so I didn't actually have mate, which is good. Which is good. So this is a learning moment for me, right? Um Okay, so this defends this now, which is super nice. But I don't have mate, which is tragic. If I go here, can I force a mate somehow? Go here, he has to take. Or, actually, no, yeah, he has to take. There's no other way. Well, no, I guess he could go here in theory, but then that's mate in one, so he'll take. And then check. Only moves there. Okay, I can't win that way. I could push, threaten this. I could go here with check. So if I go here with check, I don't really like that too much. I could go here, threaten this with checkmate, but I think he might be able to defend it by doing something like this. What if I go here? Oh! Okay, well, it wasn't that bad of a move, so whew, at least there's that. But wow, that was not the move I intended. Wow, that was sketchy. Okay, at least I'm defending this. Wow. Whew. Oh, damn, that was I gotta watch out. Watch my fingers. Accidental move. At least it wasn't a blunder. At least I didn't give up my queen. And it wasn't. It was one of the moves I was considering. So not the end of the world. But wow, that wasn't the move. I didn't decide on that necessarily. This is now a lot worse. I could also do this, which is a very interesting move. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is check. I think I think I have mate because this is check. Actually, hold on. What if I went here? This is still pinned. If he takes here, I can go here. Oh my gosh, this is so intricate. If I go here, this is still pinned, cannot take. Okay, so we've established that. If he takes with this, oh no, if he takes with that, then I actually have a huge problem. Okay, so I can't do that. Never mind. If I take here, he takes. Wow, he's making this tough for me. I appreciate that. He's not resigning. What am I missing here? So if he takes here, take. This is nothing right now. What if I just defend this? I don't have any pieces under attack right now. This thing is pinned, so it can't go anywhere. He could, in theory, go here. Wow, actually, that move could maybe get him out of hot water, though. What if I just take? What if I take here, and then go here with check? Queen is pinned. King has to move here or here. And then I can actually take the queen. Actually, no, king can also move here. What if I went here? But then he goes here, and then I go check. If he takes this, check. King has to go here. King has to go there. Check. I can't do this. Oh my gosh, this is actually hard. I am really struggling to figure this out. I know there's a mate here somewhere, but it's really hard to find because we're like middle game right now. Oh my gosh, I'm forgetting that I have this. Okay, okay. So now this has changed a bit. Completely forgot that I have this. Okay, so I think then this is now looking a little bit more appealing. I'm just gonna do this because I don't have enough time to really be screwing around too much here. So now, what if I do this? No, that doesn't work either. This pin is definitely important for me right now. This is still defended, which is also nice. I could just maybe trade everything off. Maybe I trade everything off. Keep this simple. The king in this position. Should we go here? No. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that I mean I just relieved all the pressure. I might have had a mate there, but I got a minute. I got two. I just don't have enough time to figure this out, to be honest. Yeah, that's a rather interesting choice. Going here forces him to the back rank, which is kind of where I want him. And then basically the move now is just trade off all the pieces. That was kind of unfortunate. I wish I had a mate there, but couldn't figure it out. Ah, I'm so curious. I oh, that was really fun. That was mind-boggling to figure that out. Uh, what if I just go here? Trade, take. You know, I'll just ignore it. Or what if I went there? This is a main one if he takes anything right now. So maybe I do this instead. If he takes, then it's mate. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to force him to go somewhere. If he goes here, oh, this is annoying. He's really he. Oh, if he does that, then maybe I do. Okay, wow, nice. I guess. I guess I do this. This is he's defending very, very well. I'm very impressed. Like he's refusing to be mated. I mean, he does have a lot of time on me, so it's definitely the right thing to do because it's never too late to blunder. But wow, I'm very, very impressed with what he's doing. Wait, why can't I just do this again exactly? Wait, how did I not see this before? This is just mate. Wait, hold on. What? Oh, it's not mate at all. Not mate at all, because this is actually, I think I'll just take this. It's not mate, but I'm thinking next move I do this, trade off the sharp pieces. Oh, this is, I mean, hats off. Hats off to him. Hats off. I think this might actually be a winning move if he goes here. Because he won't be able to go anywhere. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that's it. That's a wrap. He doesn't have any other legal moves. Finally got there. Even this, it's still mate, right? Just to be clear. Yeah. Wow. All right. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that whole game was just kind of in the bag. I didn't do too well, though. I want to just see... The only thing I'm really, like, super interested in is, like, this position. I definitely... So, yeah, I missed... I had an M. I see there was mate here. And I just could not, for the life of me, find it. At M5, M4, M3, M3 in this position, I could not find it. Yeah, damn. So what was it then? Best. Oh, sacrificing. Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, then I can. Wait, didn't I see that at some point? I think I might have mentioned that. I think I might have forgot that I had it. Okay, anyways. All right, so then he has to take, and then I take here, and then it's M1. Damn. Damn. Oh, man. So close. So close. Okay. All right, let's get to planning. What am I trying to do here? Let's go back into main and start getting at it. Leave. Okay. go send a few emails and then get to planning here. Um, all right. I'll just go into private mode. Just do this directly on my main screen here, which makes it a little bit easier. Oh, yeah. It's funny. All right. Oh, nice. I just got a booking tomorrow at 11 with somebody I was literally just about to send an email reminder to. So that's helpful. Uh, okay. Okay, I gotta take. I'll be right back. Just gotta go to the bathroom. All right, almost done emails. Then I'm gonna start planning in just a second here. All right, folks. I'm still just busy drafting emails and such. Um, yeah, this is okay. Okay. All right, I think it's time to
Hi, Kyle. You've reached Emily AI. This is Emily. Are you still looking for help with those missing out lead calls, or is there something new I can help you with today?
No. I'll tell you, you can do it. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hi, Kyle. You've reached Emily AI. This is Emily. How can I help you today?
You're just looking to help reach my leads a little bit quicker.
Got it, Kyle. That makes a lot of sense. And reaching leads faster is exactly what we focus on. Are you mainly thinking about
Well, Kyle, sorry. I've had
could you go through all of the front end and back end and make sure that the testing calls for campaigns and the testing calls for automations are properly, tagged or somehow categorized as testing calls in some way? And you should make sure that across every single location, it has the proper like testing icon when you actually show in the call history. So in the call history itself, it should have like the testing icon. Like you can see the testing tab, for example, has sort of like a, I don't know, like a science lab, like I actually can't remember what they're called, but there's like a test tube sort of thing. Like use that icon for every single test call. And also do not display test calls on the dashboard, and never display test calls. Like we shouldn't be displaying test calls in any location except for the call history testing tab. And then of course, if you're in the inbound test tab, like in the inbound test page, obviously you display them there as well. But there, they should also have like the testing icon. But those are the only two places that testing calls should show up. They should all be properly tagged, or not properly tagged, but like they should all be like properly organized. We shouldn't be displaying them on the dashboard. We shouldn't be displaying them in the analytics. Like they should be excluded from really everything relevant. And they should all, even if like they're different types of tests, they should all still have that that sort of testing like sort of icon on it. Actually, in fact, let's go a step further. Let's actually make it so that it has the test. So it's the normal icon as it is right now. Or no, it should be the testing icon. Like the main icon should be the testing icon. But then whatever type of test it was, whether it's an inbound test or a campaign test or an automation test or a widget test or whatever, it should actually it should actually have like the sort of like the appropriate icon in like the top right corner or something like that, or maybe just like overlaid maybe in the top right corner. I don't know, something that's like visually indicating like what type of test it was, but then still have the main icon itself just be like the test icon. And then also make sure that none of the test calls actually like overwrite real data, because I'm now seeing that some of the test calls actually overwrote like some of my contact data, but that shouldn't happen, right? Like no test calls should ever impact real data. It should never do anything significant. It's a test call for a reason. It's not supposed to impact the system in any way. But right now, it looks like it does impact the system, and we shouldn't have that. So basically what you need to do is you need to trace inbound test calls end to end, which only happen obviously through the inbound test call page. You need to make sure that that doesn't impact any data, which I don't think it does, because it's already obviously like a web call. I don't think we process it in the same way. There's no ability to put in contact names or anything like that. There's no phone numbers associated with it. So I kind of doubt that there's any issues there, but just check. At the very least, we definitely want to make sure that the icons are appropriate. We have that like test icon as the main icon, and then sort of like that inbound call icon in like the top right corner or something like that. Whenever we have an icon displayed, those test calls should not show up on the dashboard or in analytics anywhere. And then for automations, we need to make sure that if they test an automation with a real follow-up boss lead, or if they test an automation with a manual input of like a phone number, a name, and all that stuff, none of that should overwrite the real data. And those automation test calls should obviously be properly, categorized, and the icon, same exact idea as the last one, where we should have the main icon being the test tube icon, like the science test tube icon, and then like in the top right corner we have the automation icon to just sort of annotate like, oh, okay, like this is an automation test call. And then yeah, that exact same principle applies to campaigns as well. Like we need to make sure that even though you can put in a phone number and a name and notes, none of that should actually flow into a real contact if a contact existed. We shouldn't be creating a contact in our system. It just shouldn't touch anything. Like, it should obviously be processed normally. Like, we should still store the call as a test call, but we should not be, sending email summaries. We shouldn't be creating anything in the CRM. We shouldn't be updating anything in the CRM. Like, none of that shit should happen for any of these test calls. Yeah, so I just realized that there's some bugs in the way that our test calls are being processed, which is a little bit unfortunate. Anyways, okay. Let's now get into. We're finally in a position where we can actually start the planning stuff. So let's get into it. Yeah. Wait. Screen is almost entirely not viewable. You're just top horizontal square. Go a step further. I'm impatient on Kyle Shorts. Well, Josh, I hate to say it. Actually, I mean, I guess now I can go off of private mode, but the private mode thing is purposeful. I mean, obviously, it's not ideal, but I just haven't spent the time to really like optimize the whole situation. I'm just about to start planning, figuring out exactly how I want to go about doing that. I can finally go off of private mode though. Impatient on Kyle Shorts. Yeah. Are you? I just don't know how. I just don't know how beneficial it is to. I feel like the more time I spend on that stuff, the less time I would be spending on Emily. Anywho, okay. All right, planning. I think I'm gonna try and use linear to create these targets. Not entirely sure yet though. Initiative update. Is there such thing as like milestones for initiatives? Okay, there's not. There's milestones for projects, but not milestones for initiatives. Okay. Let's delete that. Hmm. Okay, what I actually think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna look at all the issues. Use, I don't even know, sprint planning? Sure. 91 issues? Is this all of the issues that we have entirely? I think so. And I kind of want to remove the project from every single one of them. And now we're going to do something a little bit different. So now, in theory, there shouldn't be any projects or any issues associated with any of these projects. Okay, well, except for the ones that are either canceled or completed, which are fine. Issues. There's no active ones, though, I hope. Yeah, no, nice. Family products. Okay, sick. All right, I'm going to delete all of these projects. Or I guess I can just archive them. Actually, no, it's fine. I'll delete them. Delete. That's fine. Create new projects. We'll just say Emily in its entirety. And then we're going to create milestones. Okay. So let's create milestones. And I'm going to go in to this Miro board I created and just check out this. So this is essentially where I think we should be. So month 1, right now we have what's the date today? May 19th. So let's say by the end of June. The end of June target is 10 to 15 paying customers. Okay, this seems reasonable. I think I'm gonna do a ramble to Claude and see if Claude can just like do all of this for me. I'm not sure if the linear MCP is strong enough for this though. So let's go in. Okay, linear needs authentication, so I guess we need to deal with that first regardless. But what tools comes along with the linear MCP is my question now. Linear, like should I just go straight to? Okay, well, that's not very helpful. Tell me what tools you have. Come on. Sometimes the API is stronger than the MCP, and that's sort of why I'm considering just moving towards the API. I'm just not sure if Claude can sort of do. With the MCP server, can we just see? Like, can we not just like look? View tools. There we go. Okay, get attachment. Great list. List milestones, get milestones, save milestone. Okay, it looks like we probably can. There's this save milestone one. Basically, I need to be able to create projects and milestones. Save milestone. Create or update. Okay, first. That's exactly what we need. All right. Okay, so I'm going to ramble on a bunch of things that I want you to create and or update in linear, and ignore sprints for now. Let's just focus on creating issues, milestones, and yeah, actually, I guess that's about it. Creating issues and milestones. So every single issue needs to have proper tags. So I guess just keep in mind that. Now, we're going to create a milestone of having 15 paying customers by July 1st. In addition to either 500,000 in funding secured or actually or just having a very strong like headward progress on funding, on like, you know, where that's going to come from. We should know exactly where that's going to come from, and what the next steps are. Like, we should be very close to closing a funding. So that's going to be the first milestone. Then let's say 40 customers by September 1st. That's another milestone. Josh should be full time. We should have already definitely secured funding by then. Okay. Now, I think that's as far as we'll go as far as milestones for now. And in terms of working towards those milestones, we should do one lunch and learn. So let's have like a linear issue that is assigned to Josh, let's say, which is present one lunch and learn. Let's make that due July 1st. So I guess that's uh, yeah, present one lunch and learn somewhere. I guess we can create a linear issue for creating that lunch and learn presentation. Uh, you know, let's say that's due in like a week, for example. We can assign that to Josh as well. Let's assign a linear issue for myself to make all of the outbound cold calls using Emily to the EXPCon leads due by the end of this week. Create a linear issue with no deadline, but just keep it like top priority and just say like Josh owns posting on Emily LinkedIn and finance, just finance tracking in general. So two separate linear issues for that. Just make them high priority. Add the relevant tags. You can um, Yeah. Uh, let's make it a target for. Let's make a repeating linear issue. Or just no, actually, let's just create a linear issue for. I'm now realizing like I don't know if linear issues are actually like the best approach for this because some of it's based on ownership and it's kind of awkward. Like linear is kind of awkward for like just like ownership. Like I don't really want to have to like create a linear issue for absolutely everything. I think that it's maybe helpful for these this sort of like milestones thing. But then if we actually do it properly, we have to like create linear issues that like sort of work up to this milestone. And I just don't know if that's even worth the like management effort, to be honest. But I want something like visual so we can kind of like look at these milestones. So I don't know. Let's create like a single linear issue with like the high priority and assign it to Andrew. Actually, I don't even know if Andrew's even. I don't even know if he's actually a member right now. If he's not, then just ignore what I'm saying. If he's not, actually just put a dash, say Andrew. The ownership will be trying to establish one more partnership with an additional brokerage, and make that like target, or let's say like making headway on that by like July 1st, like that initial milestone. Um, and let's also put a let's put an issue where it's just a all founders 20 cold calls, let's say Sunday this week. Yeah, Sunday this week. Hmm. In the milestone, actually, for September, you should also have the marketing, like should, a marketing hire should either be already outsourced. Actually, yeah, marketing hire should already be outsourced by that September 1st milestone. And for the July 1st milestone, I should already have, you can assign a linear issue for me to look into, what that's going to look like. You can assign another linear issue to me to reach out to 5 potential lenders by the end of this week. In fact, you know what I think we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you a little bit of freedom. So I've listed off a bunch of things here, and definitely go ahead and create those. But in terms of the rest of it, basically, what I think I'm gonna get you to do is you've already discovered what our milestones are, right? Like we have a certain amount of customers, that's our target, and then basically I want you to fully understand that my primary objective, like Kyle, like my primary ownership is going to be funding, hiring, like managing like inbound consultations and building the product. And we're not talking about product right now, so you don't really need to create anything regarding that, but as far as what you think I should be doing leading up until, those milestones, feel free to actually list out your suggestions for what issues and deadlines you think I should actually be hitting for myself. Now, Josh's primary objective is he's going to be leading, trying to get a lunch and learn on the books and presenting that. So creating that presentation, potentially emailing brokerages or our existing connections, et cetera, to try and lock in at least one lunch and learn and present one lunch and learn by that July 1st target. And then Andrew, his main objective is going to be establishing additional partnerships with other brokerages and just general like customer acquisition through EXP, because we have an existing partnership there, and like pushing on that front. Whether it be cold outreach through Slack, through EXP, cold emails to other brokerages, cold calls to other brokerages potentially, reaching out to his network and beyond to see if there is any appetite for our product. In terms of like his role, he's really like the VP of like real estate and partnerships, and he's the one that's going to be primarily pushing like the sales. Like he's the outbound sales engine for the most part, and funneling things into Josh and I. Beyond, of course, Josh doing some lunch and learns, or at least owning that to a degree. Hmm. Okay, there's also other things. I mean, let's go into leadership now. So another thing that Josh wanted to own is he wanted to develop a comprehensive financial tracker beyond our current Excel. Clearly track our expenses, revenue, and how much tax we're gonna have to pay. He also said that he wants to, do stronger on cold outreach on top of to drive more leads through his personal network. He did mention that he wants to keep on top of posting on our LinkedIn, but I don't know if we necessarily need targets for that specifically. Now, things that I've listed out that I wanna drive is, so I need to go back to posting 2 times a week on LinkedIn. This is my personal LinkedIn, and engaging in other YouTube channels and optionally Reddit. Okay, so could you also create an email or a task for me to follow up with? And then for product roadmap, we need to develop outbound call sequencing. You can create it without a deadline. We can figure out deadlines after. we need to think about call graph improvements for real estate specifically, whether that's and that can just be something like general. You can put like call graph for real estate specifically. Like what we're thinking is like potentially like a drop down. I think there might be an existing linear issue for this, so I'm not entirely sure if you might want to audit or edit an existing one. But basically, the idea is that we might do an industry drop down, and that industry drop down actually determines some of the way that our actual graph is configured. But then we could also consider just having it in the UI. Like the UI basically lets users define like different personas that might call them, and then they add how they want those personas to be handled. Or rules, for example, like rules for Emily to follow. Like basically, we collect a bunch of information from them. We have a bunch of like templates, obviously, that we predefine, but then we bake those into just prompting in our side instead of edges and nodes temporarily. So that's something that we were considering doing. We need to also consider strengthening inbound and outbound call context. So to include a little bit more structured about like the call history, the booked appointments, anything from the CRM that might be relevant. We need to strengthen the bold trails and go high level integrations. So that's separate. I need to research and hire marketing, either outsource or a marketing intern. Yeah, okay, I think that's about it. So I guess at the end of the day, try your best to structure my thoughts into real linear issues. Um, Knowing that like anything I specifically told you to do, you can go ahead and do, but just knowing that at the same time, I am okay with you creating relatively large linear issues, almost like kind of high level goals, and not breaking up every single little itty bitty piece of that linear issue into separate subtasks, because I think that the management it's a little bit too micromanagement in a way when you do stuff like that. Like there are things that deserve specific tasks, and I'm not necessarily saying you shouldn't create them at all. But at the same time, I think instead of creating tasks, what might be more effective is in the description itself. Just like if it's a high level goal or if it's more of like a goal than it is like a task, maybe just in the description itself, listing off some things that will be involved in that. So maybe from an ownership perspective, like so for example, like the creating and managing the Emily LinkedIn. Okay. So posting on LinkedIn, right? That's going to be assigned to Josh, but I don't think it's actually appropriate to create separate linear issues, like one every week to post once every week. I think that it might just be more effective to be like, okay, like this is a linear issue that doesn't have a due date or anything like that. And it's just sort of like has like what the scope is in the task. And it's just sort of a never ending task. And it just has like the description is just like create one layer, create one post, target create one post per week, and like that's about it. And then it's just assigned to Josh, and it's just always there. Um, yeah, so I guess take that sort of general idea. Like I think some things deserve to be scoped down and broken down. Other things it might just be a little bit too much management overhead because we are a lean team and we want to promote like a high degree of ownership in specific areas rather than get down to the nitty gritty and having to come in here every single day and update things, right? So yeah, I guess just generally think about that. Um, oh, one thing I need to do. Okay, it's 12:40. I gotta be at dinner or lunch with my girlfriend's parents at 2:30. One other thing, actually, in that same work tree, could you do a separate task planning to make sure that we're not using the retail dynamic variables incorrectly when in fact we should instead be using metadata? So just make sure that, yeah, we're not just pushing a bunch of things into the retail dynamic variables unless they're actually used or referenced or somehow, yeah, like somehow useful on the call itself. Because if it's not useful on the call itself and we have access to the metadata, then of course the metadata is what should be carrying, those things. So just do a separate task planning on that same work tree, and then a separate commit on that same work tree. So the first commit can be whatever you're doing right now. The second commit can be what you're doing afterwards. Okay, one other thing I'm actually going to do is right now, so we have all of these. These are all the issues right now, I am fairly certain. And we're going to put these all into one project, just Emily. Oh, one blog per week. So this is also something we don't need to be doing anymore. I feel like I'm going to delete these, in fact. So let's select this one. Oh, hey, linear is great, but it's also not perfect. I will say that. Let's just delete all of this. Delete 5 issues. Yeah. Delete this one too. Oh, it does look like some of the... Who are the members in here? I can't recall exactly if Josh actually removed... members. Oh no, we're still... Oh, okay. Dan's still in here. But we did remove Andrew. Okay. Okay, I did just notice that, yeah, Andrew's no longer a member. So what you can do is, could you, um, anything that you think should be owned by Andrew or is assigned to Andrew in any way, just put in brackets literally in the title, like Andrew, and just keep it like that. Could you also actually spawn subagents? So first of all, use subagents throughout this entire thing and to help you out because there's a lot going on, of course. So use subagents extensively, but I also want you to spawn at least one subagent or maybe 2 or maybe 3, scoped specifically to adding tags to any or labels or whatever it's called, to any issues right now that don't have labels already. Um, and I'm actually now realizing that well, you know what I'm gonna do? Actually, I'm gonna go to projects. This, I'm actually now disagreeing with this. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say customers, or just like, yeah, or let's say like Emily, like I don't even know, like Emily um, strategy or Emily core. Like I almost want to be like GTM. Can you overlay multiple projects? Can't. But you can. Can you put the milestones? Can you see all the milestones? Okay, this actually does change things quite a little, like a little bit. There's no doubt about that. So what if, can you do it such that if we add a milestone to this, so add milestone, where the hell is the milestone here? A little bit of a confusing UI, but that's okay. Milestones, oh my gosh, right here. Test 1, and we'll just say this is 21st, and then we'll go and just create like another project. Add test. Let's say Emily product, and let's just create it, and then we'll actually add another milestone to this. Milestone is going to be product milestone. This is pretty cool. If this actually works how I expect it to, which it probably does. I mean, it'd be a bad product if it didn't. You can probably see the milestones directly on this page if I had to guess. So, well, interestingly, it's not showing milestones. Okay, this is weird. Why would it not show the milestones? Month. Yeah, why would it not show the milestones? Milestones. You would think show week numbers? Question mark? Okay, no, that's not it. Why is it not showing the milestones then? Do this? No. Okay, let's no. I want to see like the projects, like milestones. Oh, it says that we have no milestones. What if I put this into planned? Or it's not. What if I put it into planned? Milestones. Add milestones to organize work within your project. What? Test. Okay, May 20th. So where are we right now? 2027. Okay, this... What the hell? Board? No, I want a timeline view for sure. Am I like crazy here? What's product milestone May 26th? Okay, there's clearly, oh, okay, this one didn't get saved, so we'll say test 2 or GTM. We'll add a date to this, and we'll say this is the 23rd. Okay, that is like very clearly a 23rd. Okay, so we have a milestone. Okay, so then we go to views, or let's go to projects again. These milestones are not showing here. I would just I would really love. So if I click plus right here, this is a milestone. Wait, what? I click plus, product milestone. So the okay, no, yeah, this is well, I wouldn't say it's a bug per se, but it's like, well, no, what the? But it definitely like why are the milestones? If I create a milestone here, this is exactly what I was hoping for. I was hoping that a milestone would show up like exactly like this, but if I create it on this page, okay, so product milestone. Okay, that's there, right? And we have another one, test 2 GTM. Oh. Test 2 GTM. Okay, so what's different then? We have product milestone, which is here. There's nothing in there. We have test 2 GTM. Okay. We come into views. Or no, we come into projects. Test 2 GTM does show up here now, but it wasn't prior, right? Or was it like, am I just crazy? No milestone. Oh, I see. Okay, let's do test 4 GTM. Don't know why I chose 4, but let's just say I chose 4, and let's do May 30th now. Click. Okay, so now we have another one. Oh, I see. That's kind of further out, so maybe it doesn't. Okay, no, it does show. Okay, so it just wasn't showing, or maybe I was like cooked in some way. Okay, that makes sense. Whoa, what's this all about? Not really sure. What is moving? Why do I move? Oh, okay. I think it's just like this is just a weird, a bit of an odd UI, but I think this makes sense. Oh, okay. So this definitely changes things then. This is cool. This is really cool. Okay, projects are sick. In fact, I almost do want to kind of create like projects and milestones. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go full remove from timeline. Okay. What if I want to put those back on the timeline because they're still here? So why would I remove them from the timeline? How can I put them back? Hmm. Milestones. Interesting. The learning linear is a little bit prediction, so I don't know what that's all about. Show description history, move milestone, convert to project. Interesting. So once I've actually hid a milestone from the timeline, it looks like you can't re-add that back to the timeline. Like that seems like an interesting design choice. Quite an interesting design choice. Why would you do that? It doesn't make much sense to me. What if I added like test with May 21st? Added that. Still doesn't show. So now like Emily GTM milestones are just simply never going to show up. Is that a correct understanding? This the milestones behavior is definitely not ideal. At least from my perspective, it doesn't seem ideal to me. Hmm. More properties. Huh. So if I move it, okay, so I moved the test milestone to the other project, and but if I move it back to GTM, so GTM now just does not have milestones. So if I right click on this, it says remove from timeline, I see. So interesting, but if there's no option, what if, yeah, there's no option to like re-add to timeline. And now it's like everything there, yeah, I mean, I'm exploring the heck out of this and I don't see, I've enabled disabled. There's actually fundamentally no way to do this. That's very interesting. Okay, let's go back then. I'm gonna let's go into sprint planning, and I'm going to remove all of these from that project, no project. And then we're gonna say Emily product, Emily GTM, and then we're gonna do, or let's just say let's just say GTM, and then we'll say product, and we'll create a funding one, or no, we're gonna delete these actually. I'm gonna delete these, get fresh ones, no other thing in there. That's fine. Create new project. So GTM projects, and no target, no priority. Let's just say urgent, or no, let's just say hi, whatever. It's in progress. Create projects. We're just gonna create like overall things, and then we're gonna create another one. We're gonna say product. We're gonna put this one is in progress, and we'll say this is also priority high, and we'll now do also funding. This is going to be in progress, priority high. What else? That's really about it. Other than that, it's just like admin operations. And we'll say this is in progress with medium priority. Sure. Okay. So what you'll see actually is we already have, what we're going to do is we already have multiple projects. Now we have a GTM project, and we have a product. And then we're also going to add another project, which is going to be call analysis. And the lead of this is going to be our lovely intern, Jad. Okay, this is going to be in progress. Project. Okay. So what you'll see is actually we have like multiple projects. So another thing that I want you to do is I want you to assign all of the linear issues, every single one that we have that's open right now. So you can ignore closed ones and deleted ones, or ones that we've already completed. Same goes for labels. When you go to apply the labels to all of them, you don't need to like look at the ones that have been deleted. Yeah. Anyways, so what we're going to do is we're going to assign all of these linear issues. Every single one is going to slot underneath the project. Now there's a GTM project. GTM is going to involve literally everything regarding, partnerships, partnerships with other real estate brokerages, the milestones that we have associated with, how many customers we want. Hold on, I just got a Google Meet notification. Gotta quickly check that. Oh, never mind. The targets for lunch and learns. Anything to do with marketing, LinkedIn. Me, being more involved in YouTube, engaging in YouTube. Myself posting 2 times per week on LinkedIn, in addition to Josh owning the Emily LinkedIn. All that stuff. Like everything's under GTM. So you're gonna have milestones associated with GTM. So you're gonna have, let's say, like I already said, we should have presented at least one lunch and learn by that July 1st target. But then in addition to that, we should still have the amount of customers that we want. So I think I said 15. I can't quite remember. Just use whatever I said before. That's also July 1st. The September targets, I can't remember how many customers I said. Just use that amount. Also, just come up with maybe a reasonable amount of lunch and learns we should have presented by then. I'm thinking, let's say, presented 3 lunch and learns in total by September 1st. I think that's totally reasonable. And GTM, secured one more or secured another partnership by September 1st, potentially, with either another CRM or with another brokerage. Anyways, and then every single thing that slots into product, well, you know, like anything that relates to improving Emily as a platform, all that should go under product. Funding is literally just going to be funding. So okay, I'm now realizing that we need like a recruitment slash like, let's say recruitment slash HR. Is that how you spell recruitment? I feel like it is, question mark. Yeah, it is. All right, back to what I was doing. Hi, in progress, lead, Kyle. Actually, it's not even in progress, but that's fine. Call analysis pipelines, JAD, operations admin. Let's set that owner to Josh. Funding, let's set that owner to me. Product, let's set that owner to me. GTM, unfortunately, has no owner. Okay. Okay, funding. It's purely just funding. There's really nothing else to it. So you can add a task for me to review the investor deck that Josh created. You can assign that task by the end of the week. I should review that and then put the funding targets, you know, which is 500. You can just set one milestone for that one, which is basically, ideally, we should either have or be very close to closing 500K in funding by July 1st. And then we should definitely have it by September 1st, without a single doubt. In fact, we might even, never mind, yeah, just put that there. Recruitment and HR. So we want, like Milestone should be like, you know, by July 1st, I should have already, you know, started to investigate, okay, what that's going to look like. You know, where are we going to get, where are we going to get this marketing person? Is it going to be an intern? If it's going to be an in-house hire, what that's going to look like? Where are we going to get that from? Or, you know, scoping out potential agencies that we can get, or individuals that we can, you know, outsource a marketing individual, et cetera, et cetera. That should already be, you know, underway. And then basically that should already have been finalized by the September 1st target. Actually, you know what? Yeah, actually, yeah. Let's just say the September 1st target. Now, call analysis pipeline. Now, this one is actually an intern project, and this is actually part of product. But I'm scoping this out because it's for the intern specifically, and we're gonna start sharing our linear. Like, I'm gonna share my screen and go through like uh, a proper like sprint, or yeah, how do I say this? A proper stand up every single day where we share the screen and we go through like the progress of all of this stuff. And for the call analysis pipeline, let's set a milestone for documentation, let's say design doc and design doc and requirements doc due by the end of next week. So that's the milestone for the end of next week. And then move any tasks that you see revolving around this call analysis pipeline, just move it into that project. And then actually create an additional task, assign it to Jad to come in to linear and actually scope out and create milestones and create linear issues that are associated with, you know, the implementation, and assign that to him due by the end of next week. Operations and admin. So that's going to be like anything regarding like, you know, the finance tracker, you know, the task, or, you know, all that stuff. Just really anything that doesn't fit into the other categories, just put those there. that one doesn't have any milestones, but it's certainly going to have issues associated with that, no doubt. Recruitment and HR, that one I think I already covered. So that one's going to be, yeah, so that's like just the marketing one. Oh, and then also obviously like Josh going full time. Let's put the target of that. September 1st is the milestone of Josh being full time. Yeah. In fact, so you know earlier how I said like you can suggest tasks to me in the chat, but then don't actually create them because I give you a little bit of freedom in terms of like, okay, what should this look like? Like how much should we break it down? I'm actually going to revert that suggestion and instead I'm just going to get you to go ahead and do the best you can according to my long ramble that I just went on. And then I'll just actually we'll go from there and we'll see how things land. Yeah, you don't need to worry about pulling anything into sprints as of right now. Do your best with due dates and owners and assigning priority to everything and all that, but you don't need to do anything else. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. I'm hoping that that actually is going to be um I'm quite curious. That was a very, very long-winded ramble. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how Claude does here. I'm excited about this project view though, because yeah, this is certainly pretty cool if we can get some milestones on the board here and visualize all these milestones in one place. It'll be nice. That'll be cool. YC application, not sure. Let's just delete this. 16 issues will be unassociated. Yeah, that's fine. Projects X cycles. I feel like let's reset this. Yeah. Oh, Emily product. It's funny. This product doesn't even exist anymore. So let's change this filter and let's select a new one. Which, oh no, this is not filtering. Where's the filter? As here. Products. Products. Project properties. Wow. Where's the save for everyone button? Is this just like automatically save? Oh, here we go. Save. What the? Is this just automatically saved? I find this a little bit odd. So if I like quit right now, come back into this view, or is this view, is this like an internal view? Is this not visible to other people? Sometimes wonder. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is I might, oh wow, I forgot to even send this. I'm surprised that it's still working on that stuff though. Oh, it's trying to actually, it's been working on that for an hour now. Wow. That's pretty intense. Not gonna lie. Good old Tesla over here. I think I might just cancel and send this message. Oh, that's been done. Oh no, this is one that I added for. No, this is not. I need to reschedule this because I've already actually messaged him and. All right, so June 4th, I gotta reschedule this. June 4th. Firehouse. Okay, that's not gonna happen. Oh, pagination. I think this is done. So this is status done. Anytime fitness, never did that. Didn't do that. Anyways, as I was saying, I think I might get Marvin to proactively, maybe on a daily basis, like look at what's on the agenda, or maybe on a weekly basis, say like, okay, this is the plan for the week, and then summarize and send it to our chat. I'm not entirely sure how I want to go about doing this. Oh, okay, cool. We have these milestones happening. Let's view by quarter. Oh, this is really nice. Yeah, this is cool. Product milestones. This one's a bit harder. I think one thing I'm gonna do actually right now is there's already a situation where we're starting to get customer requests, right? And we can't service them all. And accordingly, I'm gonna customize sidebar, and I think I'm actually gonna always show customers. So I don't know, like, do you actually add a customer? This is an interesting one. Like, tracking customers in here. I'm tempted, to be honest. But then again, is it unnecessary complication at the moment? Probably. But at the same time, like we do have, like right off the top of my head, I have one, two, three, four. I have. Oh wait, does this have a lead prospect? It does. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is useful because it allows us to track feature requests against the prospective value and visualize that. Huh. If we go into projects here, more properties, add customer request. Can you visualize what's predictions all about? Don't know what the heck that is. Show cycles. Okay, that's not very useful. Show week numbers. Also not useful. Project lists. I mean, I don't really see why not. Manual ordering, no grouping. Priority. No, we don't need a group. Set default for everyone. Sure. I'm going to quickly check my email. I'll do that off screen. I am expecting an email. I can't believe I have a meeting tomorrow morning at 5:30 a.m. That is absurd. Draft an email to this person and just let them know that we added the ability to add pauses into Emily's speech. So actually, maybe not even. Maybe not. Okay, let's see the test call processing here. There's non-test call. Okay, this is nice. Can you see what I'm doing right now? Yeah, you can. Okay, this is good. Marketing demo website widget. Interesting. We actually do specify the marketing demo. That's good. I like that. I wonder what. I mean, I guess we'll see pretty soon. Actually, you know what? I think I'll just test it right now. See what it's like. So I'm gonna fast forward and I'm gonna run that locally. Like that. Okay, wait. What time is it? 1:19. I have like what? I gotta leave pretty soon here, but I wanna take a look at what because Codex obviously is terrible at UI, and I did want a UI change that I think is going to be a little bit challenging for good old Codex here, but we'll see. We'll see. Welcome whoever's in the chat there. Not sure if that's just Josh lurking around or not, but holy, my local server is really struggling. Oh, wow. No way. This is exactly what I wanted. I'm impressed. Can you see this? Yeah, you can. Wow. Look at that. That's exactly what like, it's perfect. It's perfect. Wow. Like well done. Very well done. Very, very well done. Like, damn. I'm pretty stoked on that. Cool. Could you add a follow-up commit after that, where right now I think that our marketing demo calls might be grouped in, like lumped into the widget tab on the call history, and also it might have the exact same icon. I could be wrong, but if that is the case, could you please actually separate those out into its own tab and its own icon? And obviously this tab should not be shown if there's no calls that meet that criteria, because the marketing demo is only relevant to our internal accounts, right? So yeah, this should not be something that's visible to customers in any case. So yeah, just make sure to hide the tab when there's no demo calls available. But yeah, since we already categorized them as that, I figured having them separate would be a lot less confusing than it is now. We'll just tab queue that up. How are we doing? All right. Oh, interesting that there's no issues associated with each milestone. I guess that's generally acceptable. It makes sense. Though I kind of wish. Oh, there is. Oh, I see. There is for just this one? No, but this is 0 of 0. So, but there's not 0? Hold on. All analysis pipeline. Oh no, this is 0 of 2. Oh, I see. Okay, so there was for that. There's some of these have them, others don't. All done. Nothing pending. Okay. So I actually have to review this then. 0 of 2. Okay. Could you spawn subagents and just yourself as well? Go through an audit and make sure, just see if there are issues that you think would be appropriate to assign underneath a milestone. I don't want you to overly force things underneath a milestone, but I think that, yeah, just double check. Double check. All right. Okay, going into views then. Let's go to projects, or no, let's go to projects X cycles here again. Or do we even need that? So we're in the cycle. So this is 18. Oh, this started yesterday. This is actually pretty relevant. So board AI. This is something like, is it a priority? Like I need to my next action here is I need to message back Bordy AI. Bordy AI, what's the main benefit of Bordy AI? Bordy AI. It's mostly for it's a networking agent. I see. Meaningful connections while you focus on what matters. All right. Let's. Sure. You know, I'll do that. I'll put that on my calendar for tomorrow. Tomorrow, what other objectives do I have for tomorrow? Tomorrow is probably going to be funding because realistically today, oh, I also got to pay my credit card. Actually, I should probably do that right now. I've been putting that off, and I don't want to be late now, do we? Give me a moment. Okay, one down. 2 to go. Oi. I gotta say, if these targets aren't met, looking at my bank accounts, I mean, I have runway, but the fact that I'm 2 months away from dipping into my TFSA is not a very comforting thought, to say the least. Hmm. All right. Anyways, do I want to do that tomorrow? Yeah, sure. Okay, this is in this cycle. This absolutely does not need to be in this cycle. How do I, let's just pull this completely out of the cycle. Doesn't even need to be in that. Anytime fitness reach out. Okay, this is assigned to Dan. Definitely does not need to be. Reach out to Jane. Jane, again, probably just not going to happen. Firehouse app, not sure where this went or if it's even relevant anymore. Funimation. I'm going to reach out about that. I am a little bit curious. Oh. Um, Going to dinner with girlfriend's parents. Their culture, according to my understanding, like it's typically a good idea to get a gift. However, they're flying out tomorrow morning, so and I think that they value like more practical gifts than anything else. Um, so yeah, if I were to get a gift on very short notice and bring it to dinner tonight, what would that be? Like chocolate or I don't know, nuts? Like I really have no idea. That's sort of some things that my girlfriend tossed around, but I really got no clue. I mean, I honestly, if you don't give me a suggestion that or suggestions that I'm fond of and I can get relatively soon, I'll probably just default to paying for dinner and leave it at that. Uh, so yeah, any recommendations there? I probably should have done that in a new chat. Whatever. Explore out outbound capabilities and protection. Funny. Let's delete that. Finalize. Okay, this is done. Actually, we don't need to delete it. Just mark it as done. Buy gift for Arshad 21, Century 21. I do think this is still relevant. Actually, I'm gonna reach out to. Actually, let's just assign that to Josh. Let's assign that to Josh. Comment at Josh. Boxed T. Okay. I don't know about that. Uh, Premium nuts gift box. I don't know. I don't know. Let's go like two more. I think I'm just gonna pay for dinner. I'm not really a huge fan of any of this. I mean, I don't know. I feel like just the probability of it landing, oh, chocolate, it's fine, but riskier and trend, it's slightly more generic. Eh. Local honey? Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna Oh my gosh, this is way too... Absolutely not. I can't do this. Also, flowers, are you fucking cooked? Like, no. Yeah, okay. This is way too cooked. Like, what? Okay, yeah, no. I'm not, it's not gonna happen. Okay, back to linear planning. Okay, back to linear planning. For the funding, could you create some like, so I want you to spawn some subagents to do some research into this, on like what our approach to funding should actually, what the, what the, what the heck? What is happening here? Excuse me? What's going on? Why? Okay, so I agree with your commit, but what the commit order right now is you have isolate test call processing. That's perfect. Exactly how it is. But then you have a commit, which is just plan retail metadata audit, and then you explicitly ignored my instructions to have everything for the retail metadata like audit and fix to be in one commit because that commit only includes the planning docs and nothing else. So you should have three commits: one for the isolate test call processing, one for the retail metadata audit and any fixes that you need to do on that front, and then one for separating marketing demo call history. That's it. Spawn subagents, make sure that everything is accurate end to end for all three of those. Okay, so it's now 1:38. What do I need to do before I leave? Pretty much nothing, so we're good. Oh, shoot. Okay, so I want you to spawn a bunch of subagents to investigate uh, just a bunch of things that you think I should complete or would be helpful for like funding in general. Like whether it be like first understand our business context extensively. You know, we're Alberta Corporation. I'm based BC, Vancouver. I do have connections in San Francisco. We do have the option of establishing a Delaware Corp or something in the US. However, in the short term, our business will be based out of Canada and will operate out of Canada. At least in terms of the pre-seed or seed round that we're getting right now. Yeah, but anyways, so just create a few linear issues. I don't want to bias you, so I'm not even going to give you an amount, but I don't want like 20, but just something you think is reasonable, somewhere under 10. Again, I'm not saying to target 10. I'm just meaning somewhere that like every single linear issue that you create should be grounded in evidence. I don't want you to force a linear issue that shouldn't be there. Anyways, point is I want you to do a bunch of research into potential like, grants that we might want to explore, or maybe even just a linear issue to do the exploration of grants itself, and potential funders that I should look into, or again, just an issue to actually look into funders itself. For Vancouver, or sorry, for Canada funding. I know there are some things in Toronto, for example. But yeah, just put some very lightweight direction on sort of what actually acquiring that funding might look like, for example, and to get to those milestones, and you can assign them all to me. You can put deadlines on them. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, this, I'm not sure why that's gone. What's hfo.com? What the heck? What is hf0.com? And why is this in GTM? The residency for repeat founders. Interesting. Shouldn't be in GTM, first of all. Okay. Okay, that's definitely in the sprint. Present lunch and learn at a brokerage. Okay, I'll just pull this in. Andrew, direct customer. Okay, I'll pull this in. Establish one partnership. Okay. 20 cold calls each on May 24th. That is this sprint, so I'll pull this in. Create lunch and learn presentation. I'll pull this in. Research AEO strategy. I'm going to cancel this. Not really worth. Drive cold outreach through personal network. Ongoing. Is this an... Oh, I see. Ongoing. Okay. For all of the linear issues that are ongoing or are assigned to Andrew, for example, could you actually just create a label for ongoing? Yeah, yeah, create a label for ongoing and just tag it with ongoing like that. Make sure to update all linear issues with that new label you're creating. All right, engage actively, and this is ongoing. Reddit optional ongoing. Reddit engagement plan for YouTube streams. I'm gonna just cancel that. I'm not even gonna do an engagement plan. It's just gonna be something that I do daily. Let's cancel that. So I got to get into the habit of doing that. Post 2x. This is ongoing. Replace scheduled demo with direct contact for contact sales. This is product actually. This is something actually I was pulling to the sprint. Wait, what else is this sprint? Add lead sync to campaigns. Lead sync to campaigns. What was this all about? Definition of data. New campaign contact without duplicating existing. Oh, no, 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 I did this. Okay, I gotta go to the washroom quickly. I will be back. Okay. Swap to /start landing page. This one. Oh, nice. That one's already done. Do we want to do this? Okay, well, this is done, so I'll do this. But I think we're gonna pull this out of the sprint. New objectives prompt. Okay, so I gotta do this. This one, let's do this as canceled for now. Widget collections and submission triggered calls. Widget can collect structured visitor submissions, change the submissions to follow-up workflows. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is cool. This becomes more of like a widget company. This is more of like more of an idea than anything else. I would class. I'm gonna add this actually as an idea. Industry prompt templates. Family owned phone numbers in selection UI. Ah, yes. Support listing and where. Real estate calls. Let's just cancel this. It's already been done, kind of, sort of, maybe. Time 1:48. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done pretty quick here. Deliberately did not create issues for. Did we already separate issues? So we have ongoing. Okay, ongoing is now nice. Has a tag. Micro voucher. Pitch May 30th. Oh, no pasta. Oh yeah, obviously we'll do the YC fall. Then first lunch and learn, July 1st. Okay, this stuff, I feel like this, all the way down to this, I would, let's, I almost think drop it and no priority. Oh, same thing with all these. So no assignee and no priority. LinkedIn marketing campaign, I just think it's not really, it's not going to happen. Looking at Clio ads, not a priority at all, not even worth having on here. Kevin K, long-term idea, negotiate EXP, so top, okay, that's fine. Reach out to change, Jonathan. That's also, I borderline want to just delete these, but it's okay. What is this? Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, I see. Our view doesn't show subtasks. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so we got a lot in the product. Go high level integration. This is already done. We're just waiting on someone. Place, schedule, text trails. I don't know if this is a high priority. Let's go medium. Industry problem templates, sure. This one, questionably high priority. I'm gonna put this as medium. Strengthen inbound. This one, oh, we also need to scope out. Could you create another linear issue for product, assign it to me with a medium priority to add the ability to confirm, like basically name confirmation in the inbound flow, where if we already know the name through a CRM sync, for example, we have a little checkbox which is exposed to the user where we don't, if it's checked, we actually add a node after the opening greeting that confirms the user's first name if we actually already know it, rather than just like assuming it. And then once it's confirmed, we use that from then onwards, but we still confirm it for the first time. And if they say no, we add the ability to correct that, obviously, and then update that with the CRM and stuff. Yeah, the reason being is that there's sort of the context there is that basically some people will sync a lot of their CRM leads, and their CRM leads might have incorrect name or email addresses and stuff like that. Oh, I guess as a little like kind of part of that task, we also would need to confirm email addresses when we book meetings. Just say, oh, does like this email address still work for you, for example. I almost think those two should kind of go together. New widget, release multi-phone number pool as a paid feature with Stripe billing. Cool. AI bootstrap prompts. Oh, I think the whole bootstrapping actually, add another high priority linear issue and pull it into this sprint, sign it to me to improve our bootstrap flow, to make sure that it includes things like things like transfer call, just simplify it a bit. Also, after it's done, actually adding the option directly there to connect your integrations like right away. Uh, yeah, and so on and so forth. And then add another medium priority task to reorganize the UI to be more clear about what applies to inbound versus outbound automations versus outbound campaigns, and versus like the core agent functionality itself. Yeah. what's going on here? Batch call metadata. Are these tests? Interesting. What? Push legacy. Why? I'm already confused. I'm already a bit concerned. The fact that I see legacy in there. Resolve legacy, eh? After you're done, could you please explain to me why we have legacy code floating around? Like why we're still like why you yeah, I just y- yeah, actually yeah, just explain to me why we need to keep legacy code. Like I see a bunch of legacy stuff and I'm really not a fan of seeing that, to be honest. Also, why don't you just have a shared constant of metadata keys? Well, we shouldn't be using like we shouldn't just be reusing dynamic variables. It's really confusing. If it shouldn't be a dynamic variable, it shouldn't be a dynamic variable, period. Like we should just remove it. Like your objective is to get us to a final perfect state. It's not to have us like in a confusing weird design that is hacky and like I'm a bit confused. I'm not a fan of this implementation. I might just revert it, to be honest. The whole point is dynamic variables should be dynamic variables. Metadata should be metadata. There shouldn't be any overlap. I'm really confused on why you're making this overly complicated. Like if you have some sort of justification, so for example, like if like some of the I don't know if some existing things in our database like need that backwards compatible code, then okay, fair enough. But you need to explain that to me. And honestly, even then, I don't even know if it's justifiable because I would actually think that we might just write a script or something to clean up the old data. But I can't really think of a reason why we would even need to do that because I don't think any of the read paths actually rely on that data directly. That data is mostly, according to my understanding, revolves around just the call flow itself. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that implementation. Okay. Anywho, all right. I'm continuing to plan. It's one. Okay, no, it's 157. I think I just gotta stop now. Yeah, okay, this is status done. Hiring page, hiring package communication, scope, marketing, in-house. These are actually associated with probably milestones, I'd imagine. Support rebooking. Okay. All right. Yeah, I really gotta go. Now realizing I haven't been drinking water all day. That's kind of criminal. Okay. Yeah, I gotta go for dinner with girlfriend and her parents, and then I don't know if I'll be back on because later on I have a planning meeting with my co-founders. So don't think don't think I'll be back on realistically. Um, maybe for chess, maybe not. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I guess that's day. What is it? What are we? We are day 30 something. 38. Day 38. What did we accomplish today? Well, we played 3 chess games, won all 3, absolutely crushed it. Sent a few emails, that was solid. Can't believe I have a meeting at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Paid my credit card. Did some 6-month planning. I would say that this is still underway. So let's I don't know. This is kind of did not get to funding research. Have not got to this stuff yet either. So tomorrow is going to be funding research for the most part. I also got to book my flight to San Francisco as well. Book flight to SF, and so funding research is going to be tomorrow. Book flight to SF. I might do some coding stuff tomorrow as well. As you can see, I did kind of poke around with coding stuff today, but not a primary focus. And yeah, I guess that is a wrap for day 38. Day 38. Bye for now. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. All right. Peace.